You asked that far too many times, Ring. I'm doing all right. Neck, Ohio, everyone. How are you doing today? It is me, and I am here, and you are cute, and I like you. Where is everyone? So why is my phone sucking at tracking me? Track me better. Okay. I don't. What were we doing specifically? We were. Oh, right. We need to investigate like the outside of here too. It is the criminals who are to blame for all of this. Okay, nothing to really be investigated out here, it looks like. Heard that we can come back here. Yeah, that is surprisingly plausible, isn't it? 'Cause this world is stupid. Okay, so nothing here. Oh, we got some Taka at least. Just to tell us that Gina isn't here. Okay, did I miss something to do here, I guess? Okay, showing everything to Iris did not open any new. Yes, it was on the 3DS. Capcom, you do a very bad job of hiding when you're trying to play up to the system's features. Oh, this blood. Blood is probably important to look at. Look at this blood! Okay, thank you for confirming it's a color we haven't seen before. I was wondering if it was a color we'd seen before. I mean, we only knew 2 people who were bleeding here. I don't know, Magnus? Oh, it would be Mason. Well, yeah, he would have. Magnus would have had blood on the. Yeah. No, I quirkily slipped up. Well, not so quirkily. No, it's not been identified as Mr. Mason's. It has been deduced to be Mr. Mason's. Yeah, he just has a fuckload of clocks. Okay, so that's the remaining floomp that I schloomped. I cannot wait to find out the fact that the blood here isn't Windibank's. I mean, the most logical conclusion is that the blood on the calendar is Sholmes. Ah, there you are. It's just been me and Ring here. I've been lonely. Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Meh. I like pats. Yeah, you never had a father. Serious fatherless behavior, we understand. Gina, stop being a drama queen. Well, I mean, I wouldn't call them red anymore, but... Hi, Sorrow. Be purple, please. Not good. Good. Mason. I mean, it's what Mr. McGilded was wearing when he stabbed him. Hi, Epic. I've had a lot of people have been late today. I was worried that I wanted everyone to be all right. We examined more blood stains, and we've determined that Mr. Mason's blood is purple. And that McGilded was actually guilty of the crime we got him found innocent of. Dude, Ryunosuke. Better that 100 guilty men go free than one innocent man be found guilty. Yeah. Dude, Naruhodo, I unfortunately have to inform you of something. As a defense attorney, sometimes you're going to be representing people who actually did it. Okay, well, I'm glad you and Death and Ring and Sorrow are here. And anyone else who hasn't talked that is here and I need to greet. You're going to be hurt by yourself a hell of a lot if you don't believe in anyone. Because you were being blackmailed, you fucking lemon. Yes, I heard all of those things. Yeah, and and you lied 2 months ago because you were being blackmailed. Welcome to friendship. Hello, Detective Greg. I am mostly aware of that fact. You buy like some kind of hot dog roll there, right? Urgency at the Supreme Court dealt with. Supreme Court. As I understand it, the thing you get at Greg's is the national food of to the way that Iron Brew is the national drink of Scotland. Of non-alcoholic varieties. Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Welcome back,
thank you for the
Delta
sub.
Flame Storm. Your power-up resub means more banana fun ahead. Let's swing into
Hooray.
mischief together with your return.
Nice. Of course, that cuts two ways because I know that Gordon Ramsay also, like, loves garbage. And he acknowledges that he loves garbage. So all that proves is that it's tasty food, not, you know, like a good meal or No, we have not found the true culprit yet. We have found the true culprit of the case where McGilded was accused. It was McGilded. You've been a what do you mean you've been a complete failure? The only one allowed to accuse himself of being a complete failure is me. Me. Nope. I understand. It was mostly meant as a joke. Yes, people are deep. Which is a really weird thing for this game series where, like, every single person is a 2D caricature of one concept. Oh, come the fuck on. Hello, Jennerto. You and me both, buddy. You and me both. Fuchsia is good. Oh, look, this is at the small hours of the morning. I like Patos. Okay, so she went to meet with Sholmes before she took off. Orchestrating a something. Orchestrating a DL6. Yes, literally everything that is foreshadowed in a Phoenix Wright game is the DL6 incident. Oh, come the fuck on. Smart detection beta, that's... Kitty. Oh no, the kitty is going to cause trouble. Yeah, but it like did it because you called me lovely. That... Benny, hi. It's going okay. You may have absolute faith in me, Iris, but you have way too much faith in the press. I mean, he's the main character of this game, so yes. Or wait, do you mean the... No, that this is a different case from the, like, the writer who was accused of the stabbing. But my character is also that one guy from Japan. No, the girl with the goggle hat, not the one with just the goggles, is the defendant. Yeah, no, we solved that one. We will need you to blood for blood prints. Yes, he has. No Susato, no Mr. Sholmes. Cancels out in a way. Okay, let's get to the actual fun part of the game. Of course, it's Van Zeitz who's the prosecutor. I'm going to actually be right back a second. I think the ad was about to run anyways, so... I have returned. This is sweet. Oh, I forgot to grab the one. Dang it. Okay, now I've returned. Let's get this trial started! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Van Zykes, my lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago. 5, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? Why we're asking this now, I don't fucking know. In one might describe as your former life, 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today, you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. It means McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGilded, if I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. Okay, no, no questions anymore. That was fucking racist, my dude. What? Did he really just say that? He means you now, Runo. Thank you. I figured that out. Total betrayal. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm related to the leak of information? A torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zyk's eyes. Was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? Van Zykes, I am going to ask you a question that I am stealing from a book some century plus in the future. I want you to look at me, and I want you to say, that Ryunosuke. That was 100% Italian. That was no longer Transylvanian. That was just Italian. Bleh, that Ryunosuke. I can't fuck. The Nipponese man. That wily genius. Truly, this must be some part of his master plan. I want you to say that. I want you to look at me and say that. Without turning Italian. You can't be Italian. They use too much garlic. An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zykes. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. I would also like to point out that all of these are directed directly at you, Van Zykes, for looking like a fucking vampire. Not because you're like Romanian or something, but because you're fucking Dracula. I know people say that lawyers are parasitic bloodsuckers, but this is taking it too far. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. The fact that we were going to recognize like half of you is not related. No, hold on. I recognize 5 of them. Porqué the fuck? We've got Mr. Garrett Ebb. Former lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready. Made from the first trial. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. The new one. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. The old man from the previous trial, who was also in the jury. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. But could I have? Was apparently left one of his surgical implements inside of a patient. The one who was typing, the juror who was typing in the first trial. And the Russian terrorist. How did a Russian national get chosen for jury duty? Hey, how have 3 of you been chosen for jury duty twice in the course of 2 months? 2, how was a Russian national here who is a terrorist? Remember on the boat, there was the Russian who had done the things, and it was this guy. It was 100% this guy. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Yes, funny coincidences, ha ha. They're chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants. Uh-huh, yeah, sure, uh-huh. So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. Very well. Now, Lord Van Zykes, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. Your Honor, the defense would like to postulate that, A, this is a man who would definitely know about the warmth and coldness of blood, and B, there is absolutely no way our client could ever do anything cold-bloodedly. She is way too hot-headed. The victim, Mr. Pop Vindebank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. Now, you may think that I am about to push the button, and you would be correct.
Look at this photograph.
As the court will observe, there is but a single bullet wound, just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near instant death. Oh, sorry, this is the hand you meant. I forgot I moved it up. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident took place. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept the articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only two persons present. The victim, Mr. Vindebanks, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the East End. Oh, well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are those jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty as hell. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder. We have referenced that several times. He also regularly throws it at the flames, where it does catch on fire, but not nearly as much as it should. Did not go unobserved. There were witnesses, leading me to suggest that it is actually quite alcoholic blood, which is to say it is the blood of an alcoholic. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpurse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. You know, I realize I used a Castlevania image to promote today's stream. I did not consciously do that, thinking of Van Zykes while I did it, but it is very, very, very related. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zykes. At once, my lord. Look at this floor plan. This isn't good. Hold on. Can we just, like, pop out the cylinder, make sure no one's, like, curled up a note in it or something? Because, you know, like, Phoenix Wright case. Can we definitively prove right now, Your Honor, that this is not in fact one of those bang pistols? This isn't good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo. I think that's because it has. Look, I am already removing my cloak. I usually only do that partway into the trial. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windybank on the 16th April of this year. Significantly shorter. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is baddie. Professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's same as him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right, we're what they call the three Skulkin brothers. What are you looking like me that for? Don't let me in with you lot. Or blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going for? It's their older brother. Lost contact with him, we have. So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. And this night we come across you. Very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is, Nash, he is. Very spit of him. So we decided that there then what we was gonna do, what we was gonna call ya. Big Bruv Skulky. Come on, leave it out, you two. Skulky Skulkin. And that's before he's run out of chips. Well then, Inspector Skulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. And yeah, I mean, there was a tall one and a short one. So it would definitely track that they were. But because there's a short one, could have been the one. Bullet, upward, trajectory. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves are they, these three? No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove! I mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence! The defense would like to posit that the prosecution has probably done something like convince them to testify, because if they do, they can, you know, get off on a lighter sentence or some shit. Indeed, my lord, while attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery. Actually, I just realized that that is... That's just a plea bargain. They witnessed its proprietor's murder. Dude is short as fuck! Okay, there might be a wrench thrown into the works here. And that's that he might be too short. The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Blah, 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 blah. Happy to, because the Skulkins never skulk yet. What the? Really? Get out of it. I was walking down Baker Street in small hours and the gaff's door was ajar, see? Yeah, it was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in, it was. Once we got inside, court blimey lummy. We heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. Okay, how about the part where they shot Sholmes? The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. I mean, I'm just going to posit this. The building to the side, wait. Yes, it would be to that side, in fact, was available for rent. The defense would like to search the premises more thoroughly for a secret passage, or more accurately, one might be able to say a
secret tunnel through the mountains. Secret tunnel. Yeah.
And within, only the victim and the accused were found. Because seriously, we haven't had like a secret passage yet, and like, man, I just associate like British murder mysteries with the secret bookcase passage. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now. Of course, counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Runo? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by the pair in the stand. I know that's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. Just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Oh, it was Bedlam soon as, weren't it? Was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes on me lucky locket. Me Lucy lockets. So, with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left, nice and quickly, you say. That's right, Governor. Nothing we hate more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgers. Yeah, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out, me Lucy lockets. So you'd clearly like us to believe. Come again? As you fled from the prawn brokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say? Blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway. It was. Why, the bleeding Nora. Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to a hospital. Well, I mean, they have already acknowledged that they are, in fact, the baddies. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence. No, it doesn't tell us that only a single shot has been fired from it. It tells us that there are 5 bullets currently loaded in its 6 chambers. Now, my learned Nipponese friend. We don't know if Dracula knows what happened or not. Yes? Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. I mean... Yeah, but okay, no, not even that. Not even... It's a revolver. They could have reloaded after the first shot. But yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. I mean, I defy any of you who have played a first-person shooter to tell me that having fired 1 bullet is not reason enough to reload. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial. Well, I don't need evidence because I was there. However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claims, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Seriously? Yeah, I've got to fucking...
Take that!
Look at this blood! Oh yeah, we've got blood sample portfolio. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Dude, seriously, can the racism? Well, anyway, I was actually starting to like you last case. That's gone now. Just for the record, that's fucking gone now, dude. We analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein? Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene?
Take that!
This. What is that? Explain. It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a fucking, like, 50 caliber bullet? A bullet hole, and if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged in there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windibanks' calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. But this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes that this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Ah! Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zykes? If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? Yeet. But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies, they claim to be open fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Hey, take it easy there, Governor. You gonna land us on the soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. Now, Sulky, set the bloke straight. Your Honor, the witnesses have just admitted to being coached by the prosecution. Nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zykes knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crime. Hi, Rose. You're a cutie. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zykes? As has been established at the point of the arrest, a single shot had been fired. It's... Why do they not seem to acknowledge the idea that just because the gun has 5 rounds in it, that it could not... In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windibanks at all. They were merely there, being criminals, shooting someone at the scene of the crime. At the time of the murder, they were there, and they were firing a gun at someone else. Clearly, they are completely unrelated. That I see your logic. That's how modern pistols operate. I do not believe that's how revolvers operate. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash, we didn't. That's what I reckon. Because, yeah, you can have, with a regular pistol, you can have one in the chamber and then have a full clip. Full magazine. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and, let us not forget, attempted murder. Quite a catalog, eh, fellas? We're in for it now, bruv. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric, says who? Not me, don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh, that's Hurley's red-handed recorders. What is that, Counsel? The appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, it would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. Now, look at these photographs. As the court will observe, the copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises. Their respective positions are here and here. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see. How would that help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals? One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witness is currently in the stand for not caught on camera. That's a bit of friar talk, eh, bruv? The Lady Luck loves a skulkin'. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Must have been just after 1. Right, bruv? Must have been Nash. Must have been, yeah, just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Good Lord! It's the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence. If you please, counsel. The defense would like all of the photographic prints from that night added to evidence. I don't believe it, Ginny. In short, the accused is the only person who could have killed Mr. Vindermax. I say, my lord. Wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bally bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maiwand, 1880, don't you know. Decorated for it all that, but forced to retire from the service, sadly. Of course, metal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see, the battle of daily life, if you like. I'm here now leading the small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. We'll go all down together, you mark my words. One for all and all for one. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Garradeb Squadron's position, sir. What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report for the court, men. On the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions, too. I think you'll find the truth as clear as day. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop. I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning on this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
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 Doesn't it appear the jury is unanimous? Its leanings are ready. That photograph, it must be the definitive evidence Gregson mentioned earlier. Of course not. Lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well, the court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. Bitch, it has won me 2 cases. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Okay, yeah, he's not wrong. That's not even an answer. Era, thank you for the sub. How are you doing, Era? And this is a Phoenix Wright game. So yes, my brain is rotting. I hope you have fun. Hi, Varian. Because he's going to be relevant. Hello, Lulz time. Okay, let's see. Where do we start picking this apart? I mean, obviously the point to start poking at is, dude.
Hold it!
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? Keep talking about having left something somewhere, or something like that. So sorry, you could just probably tell I'm a surgeon. Surgeon? That totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't exactly considered to be doctors, oh no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. So what is it that you think you've left behind? Well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. See, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. What? Did he? Surely not. Exactly, surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. That's exactly my concern, as seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I didn't focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, sure you can be without being sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure. Okay, so that told us, fuck and all.
Hold it!
Aren't you a terrorist? Please tell me you're not villain Bolshevik. The Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary? Ah, I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor? As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day, I am visiting London, sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. Well, forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal all the time, it is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers? Ah, maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop, but they have done nothing wrong. That is all what I want to say. Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night. All right, well, first of all, that one's not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. How is there a Russian tourist sitting among them? That is distinctly a non-answer. Okay, well, the two most sus answers have been pressed. Hi, Mr. Garadab. Yes, you need a maid. I understand. I fucking swear if she is the source of the love note in the book,
Hold it!
it's just going to go down as another Phoenix Wright-ism. Okay, that... Well, okay, we've already... Okay, here we go. You and the terrorists fight it out, please. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick, I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. Abdomen. A-B-D. Sir? Sorry. My English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me, I did not hear. Here is what. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. This is what you mean. You should say in plain English, I am Russian, not native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before, we never done nothing, but truth is, they shot detective. This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by person who looks like criminal. Dude, don't choke your mouse. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said, we never took anything, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough! I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Yes, it is, Runo. Easily. Sorry. With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder. If you compare the picture in Ginny and the print from the half-hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Except you cannot see nearly any all of the shop. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. I have seen that game. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard fatal gunshots ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers fled. This was taken after Hurley was shot, then. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken. Yeah, but, really? So the brothers, who look like criminals, told only one lie. They shot men, but they stole nothing. Seems so, yes? Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understood situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial. Yeah, well done, Runo. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what those jurors are saying I can use to expose the truth. And if it can do that, we might just turn the situation in our favor still. Thank you, Counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Okay, well, I mean, the lamp is broken, which says that he would have had to have been shot right there. Give me a second, chat. I'm going to need to do a little bit of scientific work myself. Well, that's... Huh. I have absolutely no idea what to make of that. Why the fuck did all of that move? Whoops. Why did the pile of stuff move? I have an idea of what can be made of that. I just don't have any idea what that implies right now. Because we've had all of this stuff about the panoptic camera. So maybe it's a panoptic camera something, and... That or the doll is cursed. In Lake of Lies are many dead fish. We must find truth. Therefore I say, not guilty on it. Also, be right back while the ad plays. Okay, I'm back. And this is true, but nowhere in that case was it ever, like, brought up that the water glass was empty and it wasn't or something like that. This is just whole ass, like, look, the pictures are basically the exact same except for this one detail. And then there's another detail that's obviously different. But then there's a third detail that is... Yes, we can. We already have, actually. I thought I'd press it and see if we could get more out of her.
Hold it! Objection!
Clearly, he's a fan of stereoscopes. Hey, can we, like, have you stereoscopically look at these two pictures? Because, like, there's something weird going on.
Hold it! Hold it!
Okay, so what's going on with you? Mail is slow, yes. Not yet. Hey, you got something to say about that, dude? Yeah, she just badmouthed your stereoscope. You got something to say about that? Okay, viewing one through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. Yes, demonstrate, please. Reveal hidden clues you'd never noticed before? Okay, let's take a look at these, please. I'm probably getting ahead of things.
Take that!
Look at these photographs. Hi, Simple. Okay, so what is it going to reveal? I mean, I do... Kitty, cute, adorable. Yes, don't care. Irrelevant, I hope. They aren't exactly the same. There is a small shift between them. Yes, they are not exactly the same, as I have pointed out to chat. There's several really obvious differences between them. No people in the second. One of them is half an hour later. The lamp is broken in one of them, and things are shifted slightly. This is a lot of work to notice that the lamp is broken. Oh shit, it is actually important that that's moved. Yes, 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 that's it, you see. That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power? Someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, hmm? I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope. As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's a slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, other than the broken lamp, shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. No. Hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on! You're the cross-eyed master. What, me? I haven't the first idea. You know, Reno, it's quite simple. It is? Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then the 30 minutes later, second photograph was taken. The position of some items on the counter appear to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means something in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with things on the counter. Zookers? Oh, by the way, I didn't know if I greeted you, Sel. Hi, Sel. Someone tampered? New information, stop, not mentioned in testimony so far, stop. Yes, we've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems, but I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. No, these guys? Was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers? Wait. This does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy lockets. My Facebook says duke is meaning hands and Lucy lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you are saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now, hold on a minute. You can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse, after all. It's perfectly plausible she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windibanks to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. The accused is a pick-purse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better. In fact, worse than a pickpocket. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the ground that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right to proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. My testimony was just weird. My reasoning was just not reasoning. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Will return home via Regent Street. Stop. Well, it would seem that the trial is yet to run its course. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion, with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus, and I order this trial to continue. Yay, well done. Oh, by the way, what? You should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but all right. No. Let's face it, things here are dumb. Now that it's been added to the evidence, I can clearly say it will be useful. In fact, we're going to open it up and see what we can see. Not gonna lie, I was kind of hoping there would be a blood stain inside of it or something. Venzikes will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. Won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. Calm there, Ryunosuke. You're the foreigner kind of alien right now, not the space kind of alien. You don't have to focus so hard on probing people. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination. Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov, I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Or blimey. This is going to be hard work. Trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. Yeah, they lied. Yeah, you fucked with the shit on the counter, dudes. Not nothing to sort. How did you figure that out? Well, okay, we now have an admission. You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. Crunch. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again, even though, I mean, you did kind of shoot a man. I mean, attempted murder is going to carry quite a sentence, especially in 1900s Britain. I mean, let's face it, it would not be out of the question for you to be hanged for just the thievery in question, let alone the attempted murder. I don't really know if perjury would tilt things in any direction, but you know, it might. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov, we hear ya. We'll blab, we squeak, we'll peach. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. Because when we heard the gunshot scene, made both us jump and stuff went flying. Flying? I mean, it didn't have to give me a fright. We was thinking that she would come out the door and get us next. Stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered straight into him in black. Couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? So you admit the defense's accusation you did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash. That's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. I say, we hardly sound like roughs at all. You know, Nash, we don't. Can't you make us sound a bit more cutthroat? Oh, dear. Stop. My phone buzzed. I now know what it is. Oh, wait, no. I guess it was not, in fact. Wait, no, actually, that's my other email. Oh, Sil, thank you for the 300 donation towards the PC. Did I set up a... Probably? I don't remember things. Yeah, and it is now 27% funded. Can't just be coincidence these men showed up at Windibanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it.
Hold it!
Ah! Thank you for dropping a bunch of gift subs. Also, that started a hype train. Sil, you're... You're cute. Ah! Manny, thank you for the sub. Thank you for gifting a sub to Simple. Thank you for gifting 5 subs, Shinerto. You're... And thank you for the biddies, Delta. You're all wonderful. Thank you for all being such wonderful friends. Back. Thank you for the biddies. Ring.
Hold it!
I just try to do my best to support my wonderful friends. And my wonderful friends do their best to support me. So I'm thankful for all of you always. Wait, he's the older brother? Can I get that added to the testimony?
Is that right? Excuse me.
Vector Gregson, do you have something to add? I can't stand. I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. I didn't? No, something to add about their testimony. What crossed your mind? Just chips. Color scheme sizes Mario and Luigi. Did you think of something? I mean, purple. Probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it. Only, well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. Yeah, are we finally going to bring up the broken lamp? Yeah, maybe. Like a maroon or something. Did it? It claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. I have got might have. It does ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still, I can't help feeling like you've perhaps been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it hitherto has proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. The chat, thank you all. You're wonderful. I mean, we were talking about Greg's earlier. Supplement your testimony with whatever details you have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right, you are, Gov. Oh, dang it. 1 second. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. So apparently I got this emote. Wait a second. This was supposed to be pinned to me, so it resizes with me, but... Stop selecting me! Is it just pinned to the background at this point? It is. That's what happened. It's not pinned to me, though. There we go. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!" Bloke what owned the place was holding the gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Hold on. Wait, what?
Hold it!
You're saying Mr. Windibank had a gun in his hands? Oh, yeah, bet that was a sight, eh? Them two waving them guns at each other must have got pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard that geezer say, "If you don't want to get shot." Didn't really sound like he meant it, man. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Windibanks was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. Do not consider doing this. Yeah, where's this other gun? Okay, yeah, where is his gun? Why was she unconscious? Okay, I'm...
Objection! Objection!
How is the...
Hold it!
I'm not sure what you mean. Oh! It would mean that they knew the sound of Windabank in his voice if they recognized that it was his voice. If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true.
Hold it! Hold it!
So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not in your life. Went deathly quiet after that, did. Put the wind right up me. Anyway, the door was locked, weren't it? No way we was opening it. Well, how do you know that if you didn't try it? How do you know it was locked from the inside? There's a door. There's a viewing window in the door. If they didn't see it, how do they know he had a gun?
Hold it!
There are so many inconsistencies right here. And I don't even know how to point out any of them. No shit, there's... You have infinite proof to support it!
Hold it!
Okay.
Hold it! Hold it!
Okay, like, I'm... How do you know he had a gun if you never had a chance to see him? Why is the lamp broken? How do you know that?
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
Okay, everything has been pressed and repressed. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe... Yeah, here we go.
Objection!
He wasn't holding a gun. Yeah, I do have the picture. In fact, I have the picture so much that you guys need to...
Look at this photograph.
And Mr. Windibanks was not holding a firearm of any description. What? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hands. Yeah, that Maltooler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. And so, if he was telling her to give him that gun, then, how did he have a gun then? You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Is it the fact that he's face down? Yeah, thank you for the sub. Oh, wait. No, it's definitely this.
Take that!
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of, "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. I am going to screw that up eventually. I have nailed it 3 times in a row. I am eventually going to say Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin. But it's the God's honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. Saw with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun. Something like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all just heard the admission by these 2 witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw, with their own eyes, the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash, Order! 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 Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, we weren't supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that a false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, the defense would like to point out that the prosecution is threatening the witnesses. Like, they're their own witnesses, too. Like, we didn't call these guys. They're threatening their own witnesses. I don't necessarily think that's, like... I mean, witness intimidation is definitely a crime. But, like, I don't think it's worse if you're threatening your own witnesses, but, like, it's worse if you're threatening your own witnesses, right? Oh, no, I guess, wait, would it be? I don't know. It's bad. Cut it out, Nash. Cut it out. If we blab now, you know what it'll do to us. He? Who are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Rob, come on. The game's up. You'll have our guts for garters. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well, do we have to? Yes! on pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. Oh, geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through the door into the back room. Had nothing to do with killing him. That's what happened, I swear. So, you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah. Sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. That changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, I like pats. This time we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for.
Hold it!
Okay, can you say that in English rather than Cockney, please? Wait, come out of the back room like that. Okay, so, I mean, I already see a problem. How did he know that you had a gun before you pulled the gun?
Hold it! Hold it!
You claimed that you had heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Did we? Well, the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Oh, yeah? Was the victim Mr. Vinderbeck wielding a gun at the time? Well, the Arab blimey love me a great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at me frontispiece.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
And Mr. Skulkin, what does it look for? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windibank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to the plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts, so pray, what are the possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Sleep well, counsel. You must now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums. Two, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe? Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim, and furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you all right, Runo? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship.
Take that!
Defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And an answer to the second question. Assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time?
Take that!
Culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windibanks died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear the body was moved after death, which tells us he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony... If Mr. Windibanks ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Come to think of it, if you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial... Yeah, it was the short one. It was Mario. Oh. I was just going with it was Mario.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. You also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock. But... What if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel, present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside? Simple. Gina. Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, terrified for her life by the fact that the man that she had convinced to open the storeroom had just been murdered in front of her. She closed and locked the door to keep herself safe.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room. For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Yes, that's the tricky one, that isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh, yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Mr. Strahd and Mr. Windibanks were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at the time, but at some point, Mr. Windibanks must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. In the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibanks fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibanks. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But bang! I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov, we ain't. You've got to believe us. I mean, come on. We never shoot no one. You shot Sholmes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibanks' murder. Ah! Where does this leave us? Do you mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. They look shady as a dense forest. That's amazing, Runo. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict of not. An admirable effort, my learned friend. Is this now? It's laughing. You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zykes? I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. I dare say, such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. Dude, seriously, why did you become like 5,000% more racist over the course of this trial? But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. Pettifoggery? Pettifoggery? What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. Yeah, I just haven't explained why she had the gun in her hand yet. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me you've been unaware of your logic's failing? Say, Lord Van Zykes, might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, hmm? The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. George, count bullets? Oh dear. You noticed then. What's everyone talking about? Counsel. Yes, sir? Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. Two bullets. Yes, 2 bullets. Ah. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life, and the second, which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed, the defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are 2 firearms involved in the incident, the revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Vinderback, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows a single bullet was fired from each gun. No. The evidence shows that their gun has 5 bullets in it currently. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that the 2 brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did? Because I think you'll find a single bullet that was... Yeah, okay, yeah. Why is that what they're going with, and not that the gun was in the locked room? This court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. Yes, please, please. Please give us the disc. I need to test it for blood. Come on, add the thing to add the thing to evidence, dude. I'm not reading your shit right now.
Hold it!
I'm Mark Van Sykes. I am Inspector Gregson. What? Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and I think it was agreed the disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the Inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Sykes at all. I am unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor. I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed, bailiff? Okay, cool. Iris, do the thing. So, the one whose blood hit the calendar is Egerton. There's nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. Don't believe it. Had the jury on my side for once. For all of 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Runo. My lord. I wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up till now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden, the answer's probably obvious to me and my men. There's one thing for it. Here we go again.
Guilty.
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 Dude, just being away from the surgery table this long, your hands are no longer sterile. You don't have to headbutt the desk. I knew it! I knew it! With as much Sherlock Holmesery as was going on around here, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line! I wrote that for Hurley! How dare we use it against us? Don't worry, Iris, I don't think we're finished yet. Still more to this case than we realize. It must be, because there's one thing I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We'll proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and your other jurors ready? I like how now the judge has actually just accepted this as fact, that I will be doing this. Dude, seriously. Okay, she didn't attempt theft on the previous day. Okay. You're not doing a lot to prove that you're not villain Bolshevik. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage, while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out eventually. Your Honor, the prosecution and the defense are in agreement. The truth will come out eventually. The defense would like to propose to the prosecution that we will drink to that. That's enough preamble, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Step 1, press the fuck out of everything.
Hold it!
Show, yeah. No, she tried to claim it with the rightful ticket. Yes, we've already had a look at it. Don't worry. Oh, I have thought of something apocalyptically stupid, which means there's a better than 50% chance it's true. Oh, this is so fucking stupid. Oh, this is... Oh, God. I do not even know what I will do if I'm right at this point. Sholmes never got shot. He faked getting shot so he could have a surgery so he could hide the disc inside of himself. And he swiped the surgeon's scalpel to make any sense of that he has metal in him be that the surgeon left a scalpel inside of him. If it did happen or it didn't happen, if I am even sort of on the right track, that... Oh, that's... Because we already have the inconsistency that Sholmes was awake and talking to Susato, even though he's supposed to be unconscious from the surgery, but he didn't, but he did, but he did. We have examined it in more detail.
Hold it!
I can... neither of these is... It's not... those... Has anyone noticed that I get frustrated when I have found a completely logical thing that the game is not entertaining? It is neither impossible, nor can I prove it. Yet. No, that's legitimately, of all of the things, that is actually the one I felt closest to being able to do, because we can show that the blood on the thing is Egbert.
Hold it!
Seriously, dude, you're still thinking about the operation. Yeah, is this Sholmes' surgery? I have thought of something even stupider. It wasn't Sholmes that was shot, it was Egbert. Egbert dressed as Sholmes. Wait, no, wait. What? Wait a minute, this is... Oh, I know this. Wasn't there a bullet made of ice in a Sherlock Holmes case at some point? Ring. Do not tell me if my theories are correct or not. Part of the fun of these is the wild speculation. The fact that I can entertain these theories and be like, yes, this game might actually do that is half of the fun. Okay, so yeah, okay, hold on a second. Let me just check something here. Sherlock Holmes ice. Okay, it was a knife. It was an ice knife.
Objection!
Come on, no! Hold on. What do you mean this is penalizing me? Fuck you, game. Fuck you. Wait, did he? And okay, if he did, okay, I have to listen to what they have to say a few times, possibly, so I need to probably repress her.
Hold it!
This isn't even pitting them against each other.
Objection!
This is, I'm not even pitting you two against each other. Good. Russian man, be his, ballistics expert. Pit. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers, but since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you. Okay, seriously, you are Villain, Bolshevik? This apparent contradiction in facts is that's so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly, snow was piling high on both sides of road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and fell down in snow. And the situation was very similar to what I hear today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. No sign of, how do you say, exit wound. And where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why'd you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looked just like bullet wound. Good gracious! So I am right on the ice bullet. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. No, there was a Holmes case with an ice knife. Could be, yeah. That doesn't answer the question at all. This shouldn't happen in a pawnbroker's shop. Not some snowy mountain in another country. I mean, the glass shard would have been found in him. Oh, that. Just an idea, but we might be not looking at exactly the same scenario here. I don't know. Where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach, sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps the glass vials of very dangerous chemicals he uses in his... What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may. Lord Van Zykes? While I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case, which should have been submitted before the trial, but that is beside the point. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution present the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. I see. This is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? There's definitely a broken vial. Okay. Yes. Picture is forming. Picture is forming. Windibanks shot Egbert. The Skulkin brothers shot Sholmes. And then they reloaded a bullet because there's no reason to say that they didn't have an extra bullet, and they loaded it into the fucking gun, and then they shot Windibanks. This bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into wall of shop. A delightfully complex aroma. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. At least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Da. Thank you very much. Glad I could help. Bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence. Release pouch isn't scruffy. Okay, 1 second. No, hold on. No. Defense needs to investigate this because on the back of it, it's going to have Herlock Sholmes' blood. Nope, it's not. Or maybe it does. That is a dark spot. That would explain the burn. So what about the other chemicals? Is this blood? Do we blood? Oh wait, no. Never. I noticed that after my brain was on a blood train, okay? Yes, it's yeah. We should definitely examine the evidence, right? I see you. And hear the tap tap. Hi, Sil.
What do you mean you could see me?
I was looking at my OBS.
Mother.
Hold it!
Yeah, we can prove this now, juror number 2. It's okay, Ring. Just don't confirm or deny any of my theories. Just like in general, let me theorize, because so many of these cases are so fucking sideways mental that I can think of these absolutely cockamamie nonsense theories and not instantly say, no, that's way too fucking stupid to be right.
I love that word.
What, cockamamie?
Yes.
I was only mostly sure I said that word. Wait, no, not no,
Said the word right?
I accidentally selected it's impossible rather than I have proof.
Ah.
Hold it!
So how is the big fluffy?
I'm all right. You see, Miss Maid. And, villain, I'm going to quote someone who has a PhD in Russian literature here, so I want you to be listening to this too. Some people think they can outsmart me. Maybe. But I have yet to meet one who can outsmart Bullet.
Heavy.
He does have a PhD in Russian literature, by the way. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windabank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes's pouch. What? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes's waist before he was taken to the hospital, and since then it has been touched by no one. Isn't that right, prosecutor? That is exactly what you said. Those were your words. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. Oh. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted to the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Windibanks and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. And examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Order! 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 I like how I came to a plausible Sherlock Holmes style theory.
Hang on. Is this a British court?
Yes.
You've been saying it wrong, my friend.
What if? You are being too loud that your threshold is cutting you out.
It goes order. I want order. It's not order. It's order.
Okay, so there is a reason why it is being spelt with A's.
Yes, it's order!
Well, this summation examination remains incomplete. The court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. Also, I have been giving this guy a Dracula accent because...
Well, he looks like it.
You need to understand. You need to understand. This is him post removing the cape. He has come into trial wearing a cape each time.
He does look like a young Dracula.
He has a tendency to talk about blood as well. And he has even mentioned something as being like a stake through the heart. So, at the very least, they are very intentionally Dracula coding this guy. As is my prerogative in this situation. Yes, he also throws wine glasses all over the place. He has yeeted and crushed so many wine glasses. I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. Jupiter! What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Thank you for the follow, Osmium. Witnesses? Governor? You're listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination. We was, Governor, we was. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A 3rd bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov. Doesn't make nothing. Is it one of yours? Gor blimey, Glove, gor blimey, not a chance. In that case, do you have an accomplice? Thank you. That must have been during the hype train earlier, where everyone was being a bunch of sweethearts at me. Welcome. I hope you enjoy your lurk. My name's Aneko Taigo. I'm half demon, half cat, all friend. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? What? Never! The Skulkin brothers work alone. Just the 2 of us. That's our trademark. Buddy? You introduced yourself as the 3 Skulkin brothers earlier. When there were only 2 of you. You fucking mental lemons. That has become one of my new go-tos. I'm sorry. When my brain just decided that calling someone a mental lemon.
He's becoming more British as he plays.
It wasn't just during this game. I've said it actually for a few streams now, where someone is being absolutely moronic, and I'm just like, you fucking lemon.
I'm rubbing off on him.
How soon we forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets fired from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Lummy, that's a head scratcher. Lummy. Still translate.
Lummy. Oh, I go.
I need you to translate from Cockney into English. And I definitely know it's Cockney because he referred to having his dukes in his Lucy lockets.
Oh god, that's
which
something.
then got to find his pockets.
That's some ancient English. Lummy is a British slang term which means first rate or used to express surprise, interest, or approval.
So yeah, it's blimey. It's fucking blimey.
Yeah. Blimey, Governor! What the fuck's going on here?
Counsel for the defense. Yes? I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The 3rd bullet and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this 3rd bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. No, it's not clear because it's got to be a secret accomplice, I think, right? Yeah, it's got to be. On that night at Windibank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a 3rd man. Witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice, but the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
An accomplice, you say? Pigswill. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. 2 summation examinations! Yet in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a 3rd man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists. You filled that specifically to break it. What the fuck, Dracula? The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. I needed to crush something, as I said that your fantasy would be crushed. That is why I filled that glass. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. 2. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. I knew it. The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of... I know who it is, dude. Why do you... This is something profoundly frustrating with these games, where they're like, I mean, it's fucking obvious what it is, and I'm like, no, it's not. It's not obvious. What's going on in the game's logic? And they're like, how am I supposed to know who it is when I've said like 15 times that it's Egbert? I know his name isn't Egbert, but I'm just calling him Egbert. Egbert Benedict.
Exotic butters.
Yeah, we can present the answers. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. In that case, Counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene of the crime?
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in this portfolio. My Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it?
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a bloodstain, my lord. A bloodstain? Yes, an alien was shot there. Green blood, curious even for you. Is the court to understand the intruder was some unhuman creature? Certainly not a vampire, of course. Those are a thing of myth. It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. By the great detective. New invention, stop. Not yet appeared in stories, stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical which reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color. Different elements of people's blood? Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So, by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom. Stop. Very exciting. Stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibanks. Ah, a striking blue. Yes. So you see, the green color of this blood stain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now, hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date which Mr. Windibanks was killed. By golly! Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. And whose blood is it? You know, I really think, it would have just been worthwhile just to, to put a little bit more science in this. If we had asked Juror 4 there, if you can just pour anyone's blood into anyone and it will work just fine, and you'd be like, of course not. There are different types of blood. Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries, which means it must have been the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact. Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged intruder?
Take that!
The man's name is Eggert Benedict. Eggert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, Counsel? He made a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. Then the accused attempted to deceive the prawn broker. Yes, he broke her strip. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. With a gun. He had a gun.
Meow.
Meh.
Meow.
Hey, Sil, I would like you to take a look at Egbert Benedict.
Okay.
Could there be someone who looked more stereotypically?
Oh, is that him? The question mark.
Yes.
He looks like the poshest motherfucker ever.
Yeah. Inspector Greg. And it's like a sausage roll you guys get at Greg's, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing that, okay, I was right. I was like, it's some sort of hot dog roll or something.
It's basically sausage meat that's wrapped up into look like a sausage, then wrapped up in pastry with 2 holes at the end.
Okay, a print showing the fellow. Okay, now that's picture is going to be...
He's a dog!
What's the
It
dog?
was a doggo.
In the picture?
Yes.
Oh, right, there is, yes. Never seen the geezer before in me life. On me life, Gov, on me life, never seen him.
You fucking what, bruv?
I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree, we must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is.
God, she's a stuck-up maid.
Oh, yes. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start, but now I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel? Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof the man, pictured in this photographic print, was in fact the person struck by the bullet.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon on the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from the Windibanks. Which was when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. The man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred, one where he pulled a gun on us.
You're fluffy.
I am floofy.
Everyone, please tell Tiger how fluffy he is.
Correct. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. He tried to yoke it. The protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed. And the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom. Actually, we analyzed it the second the disc was added to the evidence, but, you know.
I hate it. I hate it.
What?
Every time you say bloodstain, I want to say Ritual of the Night.
Using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green. It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict, who was in the Windibanks earlier, was in Windibanks's earlier that day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. So there's someone else there. Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. Oi, who are you talking about?
Sorry.
Yeah, I think it was in fact. Who are you talking about? It's boiling in here.
Yeah. Oi, who are you talking about? It's fucking boiling in here.
No. That's a much more
Irish, I know.
That's much more the. Oh, dude, is he not even going to be in? He's not even in the court record. I know. Yeah, that would be the voice to go to Magnus McGilded.
Of course it is.
He's a short, very rich Irish person. He has a lot of gold. Oddly enough, he wears purple.
I shouldn't have said that.
I don't even know what you said.
I said, he must have many potatoes.
Actually, he was a loan shark.
Lent out too many potatoes.
But yeah, basically my entire time I was giving him my most leprechaun-ass voice I could.
Of course you bloody did.
And I noticed a distressing problem. And I also figured out the solution. If I do not work at it carefully, my Irish accent becomes my Canadian accent. Oh, what are you talking about? Oh, what are you talking about? And I figured out the answer to it. It's that I have to pitch up the end of every sentence in order to keep it an Irish accent.
You derpy kitty.
Now, you see, that's how I keep me Irish accent going. I just pitch up the end of me sentences, and then all of a sudden it just stays Irish.
Ah, God.
Are you laughing because of how horrible it was?
No, I'm laughing because it's fucking funny.
My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Eggert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence. This has gone on long enough. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. You know, that was actually something that I was a little bit concerned with because, you know, even like when, like, DNA evidence took a while for people to understand it being a thing. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well... And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a load of... I didn't finish reading that. I don't know. He's a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with... I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. No, juror number 4. Juror number surgeon. Tell us about blood types. I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said. Yes, let's talk to the surgeon. Oh, wait, no, we're talking about the judge. Temporarily suspending the summation. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief! What did you just say, young girl? In a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. She's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind. By the way, I would just like to point out, for all intents and purposes, Sil, this here, Iris. Sil, are you here? Dang it.
Hello?
Okay, there you are.
No, I was here, but my microphone messed up.
So, for all intents and purposes, I need you to understand that I'm just going to give you Iris's last name, and you can figure out who she is from that. Her last name is Wilson. And you need to remember, we have Herlock Sholmes and Wilson.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
She's Dr. Watson.
I will say one thing, though. Her design is fucking awesome.
She is adorable and precious, and I love her.
Okay, where were all these great characters during fucking Phoenix Wright? What did we get stuck with? Fucking Dipstick Maya.
To be fair, we have Maya in the past here for quite a bit of this.
Oh no.
Also, I would like you to spot the Russian terrorist.
With the mouse.
You're convinced by what you say, Runo. By the way, she of course gives everyone nicknames.
Of course. I have to ask though, is she basically a child or just
Yes.
a short woman? Fair enough.
She is also significantly more mature than Holmes. I mean, Sholmes.
That's not surprising. You've seen her Sherlock Holmes shows?
It is basically Sherlock Holmes and his wrangler, Watson. Like, I do not know how better to... It is entirely like an animal wrangler. He's just over here doing whatever random shit he has currently decided. And Watson's just like, Holmes, stop being a fucking idiot.
Kaya, you know exactly what we can say.
What?
She's the owner, he's the orange cat.
Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
I love
After
her
that
gun.
shrewd process of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
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 Not guilty.
Why is the person who knows, should be the one who knows about blood types, voting guilty? He should at the very least be saying not guilty until we can get a blood sample from all of the people involved. And then we can do a thing where someone else's blood turns green, and, you know, then we can do a whole thing.
Also,
Oh, and
what
we can
kind
get a blood sample of the prosecutor and see if he can even bleed.
What kind of fucking jury is this where they actually tell you what they're all thinking?
A 1900s one?
Fair point.
To be fair, one of the only reasons I've ever been able to get a not guilty verdict is because I am literally able to, according to the judicial system here, get them to tell me what they are thinking. Because 5 times now, it's been 5. I've done 5 summation examinations. Yeah, Chad? Or has it been 6? Regardless, after they all say guilty, I get to go up to them and say, but why are you voting guilty? And then they justify it. And then I say, oh, you think it's because he likes the color orange that he did it. But juror number 5 is voting guilty because they think the defendant hates the color orange. No, not to in this case, overall. And then the two of them go, what do you mean he hates the color orange? I told you, he said it in his third test. Well, fuck that. Apparently we have no conclusive evidence on his taste on the color orange. And then they both decide to change their vote to not guilty.
Objection!
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. The prosecution is a little bitch. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. Well, prosecutor, should pick better jurors then, shouldn't ya? You, in the defense, are supposed to go with try to do a selection of the jurors, being like making sure that you don't have fucking stupid ones. So the fact that you decided to go ahead with these jurors, well, tough cookies.
Tough tatters.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zykes, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. The trial will continue. As is our customary trend, at least once per trial, the defense would like to invite the prosecution to get fucked. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. We have no fucking clue who or where he is. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name of the gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite simply false. Believe it. Just when I'd managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Juror number 5? What have you to say, madam? If possible, Inspector. Me, ma'am? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again, the one in which the gentleman is shown. He is blonde, and he does have a very long face. Right, yes, this one you mean, of Mr. Benedict. Yes, there's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man? Yes, I know him. What? No. Good gracious! Order! 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 Juror number 5, how on earth? I'm a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is, stop, also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop. Wait, you mean you're actually a different person from the woman with the typewriter from the first case? Because also I think she was juror number 5. A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Okay, no, I'm already onto something. The train of thought is chugging along, chat. He's a communications officer. Maybe like someone who, might be able to... Oh no, I'm just going to leave this on screen for a moment while I be right back.
Yeah, you know what you need to do. He's gone away from the screen. Boop him. Oh, I hit him right in the head. Are you saying
I was
nice
up
one?
getting water. I have been booped and concussed.
I was about to say, Ring is basically telling Benny, nice job for giving the streamer a concussion. You are evil, Ring. Look at that word.
It's fine, Ring. It's fine.
Yeah, I am joking.
Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zykes, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lordship bids, so long as it does not take me near a window. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony.
Also, you've been hugged.
Ah, you've been hugged. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during recess. Yep. What?
Sorry, something just popped onto my mind. I am very surprised that no one has made... I don't know how difficult it would be, by the way. No one's made a fan game of the Ace Attorney games with Gotham.
I mean, it wouldn't be too hard. It's mostly done in a visual novel type engine.
I know, but I'm just so surprised there hasn't been, like, you know, an Ace Attorney in Gotham.
You weren't here when my brain devised a fucking Super Smash Bros. Game made out of Shakespeare characters. It was because the way it was phrased, it sounded like they were getting into a who would win in a fight, Batman or Superman argument, but about Shakespeare characters. I believe the options given were Macbeth and Hamlet.
Macbeth, Hamlet, Romeo, Juliet.
I determined that Romeo and Juliet would play like the Ice Climbers.
Oh, God! Oh! Oh, yeah, that... Oh... Yeah, but unlike the Ice Climbers, when one dies, the other does.
Yeah, when Nana dies, Popo dies too. Very well, the court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. And you know what the funny thing is? All those characters, public domain. Game programmers, game people doing game design.
Let's do it.
No licenses you need to get for them. None at all.
Like nothing at all.
It's like I'm wearing nothing at all.
You stopping here? 'Cause it's like 4.5 hours now.
What have I done?
I was just saying, are you stopping here? 'Cause it's been like 4.5 hours.
No.
Okay.
Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny, are you all right? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? I go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me. What? Well, you saw that picture? What picture? The one where you were pointing a gun at him? Oh, you mean this? Photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. Can't still think I'm innocent. Nah. You're innocent. Of course I can. Look, Gina, I need you to understand this. I need you to understand this. This is very important. Since I left Japan, this is the third sealed chamber case that I have dealt with. Please understand that more of the cases that I have been involved with than ones that I haven't have been ones that took place inside locked rooms. And yes, one of them, the person who was locked inside with him, did it. No, there was one breaking it up from that. My cases right now have been one where I was accused of murder and had the supposed murder weapon in hand. A gun. Sound familiar? Second one, I was accused of murder. I've been accused of murder more times than you have. And it was inside of a locked room. I was the only one in there. Third one. You're aware of the third one, Gina. You're aware of how that third one went. Fourth case I did. What, Sil?
I just found something cursed for you.
Oh, good. Fourth one. I proved that a knife was thrown out a window and landed in the victim's back. A, locked rooms mean nothing to me. B, I have dealt with the most bullshit that anyone who is not descended from me will ever have to deal with. What the fuck am I looking at? Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Bruno's clearly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. All right, then. It was after we had dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1 to Windibank's. Is a 2-to-1 something you call a pawn shop?
I don't know.
To Windibank's place. I had to know if Iris's story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in that in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Windibanks for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. Huh, okay. So you broke into Windibanks's. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew... I'd grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what. You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The manuscript. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see its ear, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? The only one allowed to point my gun at me is me. So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. It was there, all right, the manuscript. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in! Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I'd better go take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here and don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with Daddy took the gun on me hands and walked back out into the shop. Hung back of the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was. Right at my feet. Laying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut. And locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windibank might come for you? Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. After that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. What was that?
I'm gonna jump out now.
Okay, thank you for coming in, Sil. You're a good
No
bean and a
worries.
good friend, and I'm glad you're here.
No worries. I have to talk to you later about postage. Haha!
If I hadn't done what I done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, I'd make things even worse for me. It'll be all right, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. But that still doesn't track. Because if he was shot at roughly the same time, or if the two shots happened at basically the same time, how was he shot in the back while firing at Eggert? Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove what was there in the afternoon? That Eggert Benedict? Still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Neroda? Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him. Even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. As strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh no. There was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Inosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. Believe in me who believes in you. So happy I cried, but even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me, not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in other people, the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar, you're not like McGilded. I know that. Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruto, I... Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another, putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san, and I hope you're watching over me too, partner. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zykes, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's process of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, we can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me, a very big mistake. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. You know, what happened to the Shakespeare guy? He's like... I don't know, I expected him to be important in that trial. Like, they gave him a model and everything. Thank you for complying with the court subpoena. At such short notice, sir. And of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Okay, Ash Gray, that's colors, sure. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communication Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on the way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Naturally, I have the occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. That would be because of the white suit. He's got the same general color scheme going on. Also, he's a prick. I must say I am dismayed for the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will be upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? And if, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you'll be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are Ryunosuke Naruhado, defense lawyer. We've met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So, I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. My brain is already going down cockamamie lines. And those lines include the idea that this is not the man that was present at the pawnbroker. This is, in fact, an innocent man that's right here, right now. He was not at the pawnbroker on the night in question. He was not at the pawnbroker that afternoon. I have nothing to base this off of other than the fact that it would be another fucking nonsense left turn this case takes.
Hold it!
Objection!
Like, legitimately, I also feel like I'm being dragged away from having that proved.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer, then Black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? That would be Chief Justice Strongheart. Well, needless to say.
Hold it!
Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour which I would normally retire, certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. Your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene. The obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Silent victory wiggle. Thanks.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate the blood samples, but spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective. A great detective, you say tisk. Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Counsel for the Defense thinks the British courtroom is an appropriate place for fairy tales, does he?
Excuse me.
Yeah? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Eh, what? Me? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Not you! Mr. Nash Skulkin! Eh? Core blimey, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share what that thought? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I won't have none of them. Must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. Honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open the wound again, that's all. What wound? I already took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago and can't be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and... Oh, Elsbells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord? Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. You know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And the height of the bullet in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. He is technically correct, the worst kind of correct. So I've already said I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where the fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibanks' pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like its last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. This disc? Oh, was the picture of him never actually entered into evidence?
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it. You forgot that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. Oh, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me.
Am I going to be right? Do you have something to add, Inspector? Yeah, come again, sunshine. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yeah, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well, now... I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something I don't. What's going on here? Greggsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windibanks's? Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman picture bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker, nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might try to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. So, well, the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think the more he says, the better. Well, at least a man should prize a little more information from the witness's lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Windibanks's. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps it would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Okay, you never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Okay, we are being told... This has not come back up yet. I mean, I'm not planning on just presenting something yet. I'm trying to even see where I'm supposed to. I mean, to be fair, from the angle it was going, it would have, like, actually missed him. I really think just having the maybe taking a look through that might be important at some point. I mean, I don't think it's going to be...
Hold it!
Objection!
Hold it! Hold it!
Objection!
Personally, I think a viable strategy after what we were told is
Hold it!
that if he keeps wiggling around like that, he might tear open the wound. Okay, this is new. The most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. No, I can't think of how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown in jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies.
Hold it! Objection!
Is that right?
Excuse me!
Okay, so it's this again, but... I'm gonna press this and not go to Greg.
Objection!
Is that right?
Is it really just present the disc when he says that he never had anything to do with that place? Because if that's the case, that's... Yeah, that's...
Objection!
That's actually kind of upsetting that this is the way to proceed. Let's see that he doesn't have a cut on his thumb. Or see that he does. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it. It was really, you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant and pulled a gun on us. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon? It might appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. There's some crime. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of a pawn? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court that's upsetting. It's upsetting that it was like that and not like... Fine. Fine. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Yes, we perished in the very courtroom 2 months ago, after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon, are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Ardar! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, the disc was placed in pawn. Yeah, but, okay, no. So we, yeah. I've already kind of got a train of thought. It's the box ticket. Saving because if I'm going to throw this one across the plate early, I want to, you know.
Objection.
Oh, the music stopped. The disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection.
Conjectural again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibanks. As this second prawn broker, again he sells shrimp, ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibanks pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Ah! This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There'd be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means for some reason, that Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it? It is time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zykes? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winterbank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout. The victims established the camera to location. Blah, 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 blah. And there we have it, chat. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle goes the box, the fancy box that I pointed out earlier, thinking it might be the box. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in the case. We explored the possibility of something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. You know, here's the funny thing. I don't know if we're going to go the way of this, but the way that a stereoscope works, it would actually be capable of doing what I was just doing with the switching between the two pictures, but instead of going cross-eyed, you just close one eye. Look at the left picture, look at the right picture, look at the left picture, look at the right picture, look at the left picture, look at the right picture. My learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Nope. Already got the information. Get fucked. He didn't steal it, but he moved it. He likes to move it, move it. Yeah, they're not. And one says 11 p.m., one says 2 a.m. I mean, there's no, like, combine option. Also, they haven't been added to the inventory. Yes, there is some hidden discrepancy. There's a discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak. I would like to invite everyone to take a look at this small box.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me. Wait! Unbelievable! By Jove, you're right! How extraordinary! What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting the small box, originally deposited by Mr. McGilded, is in fact, yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints? Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen, which means quite simply nothing has changed. That may be true, but alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. Doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Changes everything, dude. The defense would like to posit a question to the prosecution. Other than making cats happy, what's the purpose of a box? To contain things, of course. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. Some little disc that belonged to a man who died 2 months ago is relevant to this trial? The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zykes. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it here for further examination. The pawn tickets from a man who was killed 2 months ago are relevant. Hold on a sec. I need to check something real quick. How many glasses of wine get someone drunk? He's already drained one bottle of wine. He said he was casting the dregs into the... So, Your Honor, we'd like to posit that the prosecution is a mad drunk. We should have the report within a half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. Also, I'm not a Pokemon. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zykes. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society, his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you I wouldn't accept, even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. You know, that does make a rather lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGilded was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. Yeet! To be fair, okay, he maybe drank like maybe a third of the bottle. Okay, I guess I have to give him that. He's thrown most of it at the fucking flames. A possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Runo? We know they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. Okay, actually, there we actually go. You have legitimately found a reason why we should mostly not do that. To be fair, to get her off of murder, getting her on perjury on a previous case would be worthwhile. But Ginny, could it be that Van Zykes knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he's anticipated everything? Maybe. This could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what does he always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out every time. Alright, the exact significance of things that McGilded deposit with Mr. Windibank is something only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. No, it could critically damage our chances of winning a different case. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. And the defendant? To what end? It's to do with various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implication of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standings, and indeed your own. Bitch, I presented the evidence I had in front of me. I have. Lord Van Zykes, would you care to explain the last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Considering that it is the prosecution who puts forth, like, every single fucking piece of evidence here, the fact that I got him off with the evidence that the prosecution presented shows that the prosecution presented shit evidence, and that I did a good job with the tools you gave me, bitch. So the court will hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Due witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. All right then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial, which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember the young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death on an omnibus, running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head and on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. And as indeed the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I mean, I don't know what you mean. I already said all what I know. What about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. and naturally you will lose all credibility as a witness, even though the witnesses I called have perjured themselves many times and we still kept them on the stand for some reason. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Yes! Iris, we're on your side. All right, then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded Pawn's articles have the extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. The defense would also like to just pose a question to both the prosecution and the judge, for that matter. How is me, having defended my client to the best of my ability, somehow going to be damning on me more than the fact that my client was murdered in your courtroom? So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. I'm just going to say it looks really bad for Van Zykes. Like, I got him off with the evidence Van Zykes let me have, and then 2 hours later, he burns to death in this courtroom inside a piece of that evidence? I mean, that looks really bad, Van Zykes. I mean, ooh, boy. A defense attorney defending someone, getting a guilty man found not guilty. Yeah, that's not the best, but it's kind of the way the court system works, and it sucks, but I mean, it's one of the things. But I mean, 2 hours later, in the courthouse, with the piece of evidence you presented, I mean, not a good look. Not a good look. Especially not with this whole Reaper of the Bailey thing you got going, where the people you prosecute are always doomed. I mean, normally I'd say I'm not one to throw accusations of murder here, but apparently that is part of my job. That is part of my job description in this world. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. It sounds a lot like you killed him because I got him found not guilty and you failed at getting him found guilty in what should have been an open and shut case. I mean, it was in a locked carriage, for crying out loud. Fuck it, Edgeworth did it. We have just as much proof as Van Zykes did it as McGilded did it, and Van Zykes is being kind of a dick. It's true, you are being kind of a dick. Like Van Zykes said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. No one's accusing Gina more than Van Zykes. It's true, sound kind of flecty. I might just have gotten a vampire boiled in acid. Sure, the Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. Call the Slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. As did the jury. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in the trial of this witness and my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget the lawyer from the east. They were all in it together. You're wrong. The lot of you, Mr. Naroda, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug.
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. We had to do the one joke, the one telegram joke that exists, where the person ends their line and stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it is imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Legitimately, I have actually done nothing wrong. Like, I have done nothing wrong. As a defense attorney, I have done my job just as the prosecution's job. Hey, Judge, how about Van Zykes? How about Van Zykes? You gonna rake him over the coals for trying to get several innocent people prosecuted? How about that? How about that, huh? That's what I did, except on the other side of the aisle. Huh? How about that? How about that? Is he wrong for trying to get innocent people prosecuted? Found guilty of murder or attempted murder? Huh? What about that, Judge? What about that? I got a guilty man off. Yes, that is a bad thing. I agree. He's trying to get several innocent people killed. I would say that getting a guilty man found not guilty is actually not as bad as trying to get an innocent person found guilty. Yes, I would say protecting innocence is more important than punishing the guilty. We punish the guilty to protect innocence. That is why we do that. So they will not have future victims. We cannot bring back the dead, but we can keep the living alive. That is why we punish the guilty, to protect innocence that have done nothing wrong, to which the prosecution has tried to get innocents found guilty. So, what I have done, yes, bad, him do, worse.
Hold it!
You were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. And actually, what I did would only have been bad if I knew McGilded was guilty of it. In fact, I actually said at the end of the trial, hold on, we need to hear more evidence. I'm not entirely convinced that my client isn't guilty. Do you remember that? Do you remember that part where I said, where you're like, nope, the jury's found him innocent, time to send him free. That's how it ended. That's how it ended. Remember, I was like, hold on, we need to find more information about, I'm not convinced this is the truth of the situation. Things smell rotten in the state of Denmark. So I defended my client, as I am supposed to do. It is my job. I am a lawyer. But I was showing moral fortitude in saying I would like to see this case go further because I would like to find the truth. So, even atop that, get fucked Van Zykes. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well. But if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. Kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. Started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream? Yeah, that's what gave me away. The Irishman dragged me out from under the seat. I saw that disc on the floor.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Would this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish, and then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared the way he was looking at me. I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked about me being a diver too. But after a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First, there was kind of rapping noise. You know, I'm actually going to check something. What? Is someone charged with perjury if they are forced to give false testimony under duress? A defendant who was under duress when they lied under oath is not guilty of perjury. Get fucked, Van Zykes.
Hold it!
I mean, this applies using modern, probably American law versus 1900s Britain, but you know, I mean, I'm not going to go get some fucking historical records. It is not doing the heavy lifting. It is doing the soul lifting. It is the mitigating circumstance that turns that from perjury to not perjury. I mean, 1900s Britain, it's... Fuck it, throw the street rat in jail. There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the diver pulled up the horses and McGilded got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. Fucking 1900s British law is still on board with this. Get completely and utterly fucked in every single way imaginable, Van Zykes. Get so fucked in so many ways that there have not been enough dojins made about it. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear that they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. Driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. Fellow went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. The pawn shop obviously being Windbanks' on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the prawn... Again, it is a prawn brokery. This is not an intentional bit. I just keep, trying to do the Transylvanian accent. Just keep going prawn brokery. Slipped his mind when he was in the stand. I nearly said star. Indeed, Lord Van Zykes.
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector, Mr. Graydon. He actually did what I would have wanted him to do there. Like, Your Honor, why the fuck are the 2 witnesses, colluding? Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion with this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. They've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. You will kindly refrain from talking among yourself while the witness is giving testimony. Yes, sorry, my lord. What were those 2 talking about? Miss Lestrade, continue with your testimony, please. Okay, I am legit. Here's my thought. I needed to do that trigger to get them to react to what she says.
Hold it! Hold it!
So if you're wondering why I'm going back through this. Cool. Also, I would say I preferred the original Ace Attorney trilogy. That should also be on Steam. Also, you haven't had like several of the cases spoiled for you.
Hold it!
Other than me just like repeatedly saying, ah yes, the DL6 incident. And oh my god, everything here is as stupid as possible.
Hold it!
I'm noticing that it's not letting me fast forward. I saw him do that. I remember thinking, that code, and what's it? It's got to be worth a few bob. Sheena was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windbanks was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon in the pawnbrokery. Driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. When running off, he did. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come on from the drag's cabin. Okay, so that was the one in which I pressed them. So, okay, now I see.
Hold it!
Threatened you? How exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was... He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop. Make sure not to lose it. And the ticket? Well, I never... Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug. Stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, it makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on the night 2 months ago a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Hold on, let me predict where this is going. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. My learned Nipponese friend. Blah, 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 blah. But only the overcoat is relevant. A negotiation concerning this disc. Oh, I guess the disc and the overcoat. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over the price, McGilded took what he wanted by force. at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after his trial, I knew that. So, you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Serious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. I mean, the small box could in itself be a music box, which plays the disc. Also, I kind of want to finish this game today, so I'm going to be going extra late, I think. You don't have to stick around. Ring. I give you specific permission to tell me. Is this the final leg of this trial? Okay. So, this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windibanks' murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into... I'm using the judge. And the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Hey, look, it's a music box. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that it might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, here we are. Here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposited at Windibanks at the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to the curious disc at last. Wait, my lord. Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? Music box and the disc are, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere of the courtroom with some silly bit of music. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. No, that piece of evidence is police property. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is the policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. The defense cannot believe it is saying this, but we agree with Lord Van Zyk's get fucked Gregson. No further delays, please. Play the disc. Juror number 5. Juror number 5, please. Would juror number 5 kindly translate? What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon, this really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept this this music box offers little in the way of clues. No, are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, all right. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Yeah, it's definitely a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow, and that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emitting from this music box is not music. Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that, the smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo. So the sounds we are hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, why don't you tell us what they are? I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Runo? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean the sound it's producing have some significance that isn't... Yes, it is Morse code! Ah, Could it be? Is that what the sounds are? Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box. Yes, from Juror 5's Taka. Telegram. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. I swear to... Okay, chat, I need you to understand something. One of the things that I do for a lot of my accents is that I mentally have a trigger phrase to put me in the mental state. The German one you've actually heard me say several times, and that is, Proto Man, get us out of here! I swear to God, if my Transylvanian accent's trigger phrase is, my learned Nipponese friend, tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. All right, then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box disc is... None of the... Can I go to people? Okay. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sound on this music box's disc is... not my armband. I will. I'm trying to figure out if any of these just... I look at it like, oh, duh, of course. Bingo.
Take that!
Today's paper, Counsel. The headline is, Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your case. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look further down the page. Further down, Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop! Me, sir? Whatever's the matter. You told the court before that you worked at the same communication stations as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, Is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order! Order! Everyone, please, everyone, order! This is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much vocabulary. What is this treason, and what is capital punishment? The sort of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank, that being the most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. So, if you were intending to, I don't know, get yourself convicted of this murder in order to have an alibi for the high treason, you're dying either way. It would be really silly if someone were to eventually do that to get themselves convicted of one thing to have an alibi, but, you know. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... You gotta have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential governmental information. Besides, the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. I mean, the defense really doesn't need to do anything. They just kind of threw him under the bus there, dude. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime, that on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov, we did. Quieten down, please. What do you say to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business? You never said nothing, no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. What about the geezer's shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Let's know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. 1 second. Hold the phone. Holminster, switch the phone. Yes, that's why I am, poking and prodding. I push the button. Look at that, there's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you could set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so, and it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Presumably as some form of... unfortunately, we don't actually have that. Because it only produces one track. It surely cannot be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. Yeah, it's the dot to the dash, or the dat to the dash. Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. And more importantly, you need to have, this also provides a layer of protection. Even if they have the music box, if they don't know it has both disc slots, the one disc doesn't prove anything. Tones, you say, yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. See, for example, this is A, and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? It sounds so similar. The rhythm is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really? You shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Chris? I mean, if the government's secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box to somehow play back Morse code? Oh, I've got another idea. Chat, what has been one of the fundamental concepts of the case so far? When we look at these two things subtly different from one another and combine them into one thing, there aren't two discs, there's one disc. There's still every possibility this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection.
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only one single tone, could have been used to cipher a secret message into Morse code? No, you haven't just noticed this. We've had this discussion before.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, one dot, one short dot, and a long dash. With the second disc in place, this music box can be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. No, of course. If my learned friend were to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing to do whatsoever with it. Oh no, it is all coming together. Though it has holes, I must admit, the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo. You'll reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Okay, so I'm going to need more something. Juror number 5, please. Oh, he's the one responsible for setting up the telegraphs, Well. Ain't that funny? Thank you for, doing all of my job for me, juror number 5. It absolutely destroyed Graydon. Graydon, a juror, a fucking juror, not even me, not the prosecutor, not evidence or anything. A juror just said you have access to every single drop of information.
Hold it!
Yeah, how would a brickmaker have this secret disc? Okay, some evidence to link the two of them together. I mean, definitely pressing you two on this, please throw him further under the wheels of the bus. Watch these wheels on the bus go round and round. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. Can you please stop being cockney? There's something wrong, Mr. Skulkin. Oh, we're gonna, no, the other Mr. Skulkin. No, detective, not you. What, who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Or blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? Oh no, could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Yeah, I want to add it to the testimony. My lord? Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more, Skulkin's never skulkin'.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model? How'd your little business work exactly? Well, every morning, down our way, milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside your front door, he would leave you them full again, right? So we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Benner, if you're a rocker, we had nothing. We're too poor to have a farm. Right. Nah, what we got going was simple once you had the idea. We just switch them over, see? Our customers' empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A doddle, right? I think you meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime. It was just a harmless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it. Well, it was what came up with the idea. Ash is a dashed evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Yeah, Ash always had his head in a book when he was growing up. Said he was going to get himself an education and get out of the slum we lived in. Course, we all ragged him about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head, he even think it. But look at him now, he's only going to become a blinking communication officer, ain't he? Communications officer, Mr. Skulkin. Sholmes and Wilson's milk run. No, Iris, don't even think about it. I want to go back and press the name because the name doesn't make any sense. Yeah, and I think it's going to wind up being, we're going to like find out that by pressing on the name, we're going to
Hold it!
So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right, I thought the clever clogs like you worked it. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this? Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that was only at the mention of the name Milverton you decided to interject? Because well... They weren't the happiest homes that one came from. Yeah, this old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimonies have been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and it could turn out to be extremely important. I don't know. I don't have anything. Okay, first off, going to save because I'm not quite sure which angle it intends me to approach this from. But as you can tell from my very loud humming. Oh, Ashley, 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 Ashley.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded, yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker? That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say that? Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? You don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of the music box, you mean, counsel? Yes. Stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. A very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting the second disc was inside the music box? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed... Oh, that he's got the second disc on him. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny all this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Shh. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks's that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilded? As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going down with a fight. Not without a fight. Not until I can show some hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is, well, you know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibanks's gun clearly must be the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. Tell me, Your Honor. Who does that mean shot Mr. Windibanks? That leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you. The gun in my in my client's hands. Well, we've just established that's the one that shot Mr. Graydon. So, where's the gun she shot him with if she's guilty? You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intent of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You what? Order! 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 I'm going to let this ad run so I can use the restroom because I don't want anyone missing out on the like this is the climactic push. Like this is the boss battle of the trial that's about to come up here. Okay, well, I am back. The ad is not yet over. So how y'all doing, chat? You ready to see this? Hold on, I gotta check something here. What kind of capital punishment did Britain use in the 19s? Oh, good. I was thinking that Graydon here might have a near future date with old Sparky, but it looks like, as the pirates say, Graydon's going to be dancing the hempen jig. Back in the 1900s, Britain used to hang traitors. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Grade. Yes, I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Well, these ruffians were jostling with the broker. I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Oh, we don't have a photo of her at the time. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious, this is quite the extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! 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 Well, no, there would have been a gun missing in that scenario. That it wasn't my intention to testify in this way. No, she was found unconscious with Windibank's gun. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yeah, well, I'm sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered all over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh, yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If our coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, it would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are of no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? We know that the coat is covered in blood. My lord, the defense objects to the no, this isn't going to go through. Overruled. Lord Van Zykes, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Cheetah will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination? Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. But it will support his...
Hold it!
Hold on. Wait, hold on a sec. I don't actually care about what you're saying right now. Okay, yeah, okay, but no, hold on. I've just realized something really fucking sus that I need to ask about. Forte!
Hold it!
Why the fuck would you take the gun and leave? No, that's not the important part. Why would he take it and go? Yeah, why would you take the gun and leave? Okay, yes, please, can we see the third gun? Surely you wouldn't dispose of it like some sort of guilty person who's trying to dispose of a murder weapon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by chance with the second... No, no, he's not going to say that.
You little toe rag!
I think you might be having a bit of a reaction here.
Excuse me.
Gentlemen. Why were you just choking out the... Yeah, why didn't you mention a third gun? Also, I've just realized that D is just like Cockney speak for detective. Probably. I don't know. Yeah, that's you, Iris. Okay, I'm going to... Because, like... That didn't actually get anything added to... Can't even show the court such a disc exists, can you? As expected, he won't admit to anything unless I can thrust the evidence in his face. It's not as easy as you thought, is it, to pin a crime on this lapel? I won't stick. Not murder, not treason. Maybe not right now, but you won't be laughing like that. Okay, so pressing that... It didn't prompt the... So I did probably trigger a flag.
Hold it! Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you're shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. The things crashed to the floor from the counter. As the three men were brawling, it was at exactly the moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar of the wall behind you. So it would appear, when I look at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. I tried to pull my gun on him, and he tried to shove me out the way. And then he scarpered through the door out back. At which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom store is a solid job, made of stout wood. There's a small opening in about the height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? Yes, you've looked through it, yeah. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Likely, I didn't see nothing of the sort. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. The Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and the young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? Trying to flee to safety.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand, but that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that the bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective, but this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Oh, he would have seen the blood when he, Yes, and that is legitimately one of the things because, if you take a look at the, look at this diagram. Where the fuck would he be running to? There's nowhere to run to. He would have had the chance to see that when he was trying to get the coat the first time. Okay, we're going to get the coat. The blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Just me. See? What did I tell you? No, the blood on the coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, Counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So on the blood on the coat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Not until we get a spirit medium in here. Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilden's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Yes, I am no longer defending him. Your conduct shadows any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it belly disgrace treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help answer to that problem pop out. Can't be done. But we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Berozki to starving boy and he ran away crying. What? Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. He had worn the coat. My lord, been a long battle this one, but with the old warhorse is something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman, as of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now.
Guilty.
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 We're gonna do this a third time, huh?
Guilty.
Guilty.
It would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. Ah! I don't believe it. After I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? Very distressing to be held in such low esteem. And we got the ghost of Cosimo to be... Oh, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer, you delivered the report. Now that will be all. Thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Mr. Sholmes? What is the meaning of this? Order! 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 What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. As well I would be had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zykes? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellows, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you all right now? All right, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. Yes, and it gained one more, Iris. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. Is it a lavender furoshiki wrapping? Leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. Leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made! It's the cat... I buried the platypus. I see you have my cat Flappinator. What's Susie up to? Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something? Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes, that night when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves? Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Susato-san used the Lapomat that night? But why? No. Abso-McFucking-lutely not. Did that peephole exist before? Are we going to do this by disproving the peephole? Your 5 minutes is over. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leadings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? This is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense request. Yeah, I'm saving here. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
Objection.
I'm not looking to want a new witness. It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Yeah, the cross-examination was suspended. Yeah, wouldn't it be funny if you got caught with your pants down twice over something the judge suspended? So nobody can say anything then. If Runo asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur the defense is entirely within its rights to ask to continue the cross-examination. However, I will not permit unremitted protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. Single chance to present evidence. If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, Counselor? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement, a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell into dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sholmes! To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either that man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he is feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes, one statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. I mean, this is literally the only thing that I have now that I did not have before.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel? Oh, it's my cat flap-o-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't to start with. There was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described the function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windebank had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard. It was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door, I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes. How could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. All right, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. Huh? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really going to suggest that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. As we've already established in previous cases, a lot can happen when someone leaves the scene of the crime for a few minutes. Or shall we ask the Beats to come and testify on that matter? Nevertheless, in light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Actually, no, it just has one in the door that he couldn't have seen through because it wasn't there. The only way he could have done that is if the door was open. But that would mean he would have been the one to shoot him. Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the men in the back. However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order! 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 Is there any credence to this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. You seriously expect people to believe that that plaything can cut through a solid wood door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, cooey, time for dinner. Well, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean the peephole in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove it was. No, but it's easy. What? Cat flaps my cat flapomat creates are all of a fixed size. That mentions the people at the Windibanks are an exact match. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it is my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zykes? Very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claims amount to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zykes. Well, Council, don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Sato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well, the Council for the Defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof the people in the door and window bag storeroom was created after the event, not before. Ba-da-ba-ba-da, get fucked.
Take that!
Well, prosecutor, the defense would propose that you A, get fucked, B, stop being such a little bitch, C,
Look at this photograph.
or D, all of the above. A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel. This print shows a scene of the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This is really quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Order! 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 I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony, it was entirely fallacious. That is not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly, Lord, there's more, Lord Van Zykes. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Oh, you blood-sucking leech. Also, you're a vampire. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true, but that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. Please, no! I don't believe this, but they're right as it stands now. I don't have any definitive proof he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. You know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat is bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statement. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Ghost was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he couldn't have known about, namely... The people is definitely... Yeah, the people is not it, I don't think. The blood is the most likely. But is it the gun? Okay, but it would be important where the fuck did the third gun go? The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. How could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the people in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of this people in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Has the cat got your tongue, witness? People in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once they returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course, sir. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I give the order to staff officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. So the only wrong option was the third gun, which was one of the ones I was considering, and I had dismissed peephole.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Sykes? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh, it's not all the same to me, Inspector, not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You'll realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about this case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must be revealed by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering particular clue we have, there's really only one person that it could be. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Why?
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that they were fucking conspiring. Have we only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours? We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling, that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes. Yes, my lord, until it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers through the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? It wasn't during the recess. It was when you were fucking conspiring. Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery, which means the first time these two laid eyes on another was after the proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussion couldn't possibly have occurred, except for the fact that it did, and you called them on it. I've just remembered to get, that they were conspiring, Iris? Yeah, When Ginny was testifying, yeah, Impossible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. Well, Torag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Now, I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well, It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's speciality. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, stakes, get it, I'm a vampire. The prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? What are you proposing the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would have joined all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? Okay, so there are 3 angles of attack. A, the newspaper. Proof that of the secret collusion. B, the disc, because the second disc, or C, the small music box.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? What are you getting at now, sunshine? Is it possible the other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? Okay, so the newspaper would have been also a viable. The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding nor could you? We discovered during the course of this trial, the music box just deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that the encoded the pair of discs were in Mr. McGilded's possession. Are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah! Order! 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 On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew that at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Well, I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal the confidential details of a crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way what Mr. Graydon could have known about the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. The deal was struck between these 2 men. No! Arr!
Objection!
And I stress if this sobering assertion turns out to be found in truth, it would mean that the second disc is as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted upon having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc on his person? The defense demands the inspector is searched at once. Definitely, they could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put the matter to bed and dispel any doubts of my involvement, I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runo because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. Because I am a vampire, I make undead jokes. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? I'm going to have to let the ad run. I don't think I can do this in 5 minutes. I don't know. I'm going to have to let the ad run and... Yeah. Okay, so it could eat, like, of people who could have it, it is either Greggy or Grid. Okay, Benny. I mean, he could just be bluffing. Right? Like, he could be bluffing, hoping we won't call him on it. Is there anyone else it could be? Take care, Ring. I have thought of one other theoretical person it could be. But I don't have them available to present here. So I highly doubt it's them. But I have thought of one other theoretical person who the disc could be on. It is theoretically possible. Actually, I've thought of a couple others. No. We're not anywhere near Mandela County, Wisconsin. No, but he could theoretically, during the meeting with the judge, I don't exactly think that's the theory. But, you know, it is theoretically possible. And anything that is theoretically possible is not to be ruled out in these games because they're made by the fucking lunatics who... They must stall for 45 more seconds. No, that couldn't be it. You are... Well, so let me put it this way. Yeah, you're in a football stadium. You're so far off base. I like that. I actually like that. I think I'm going to save that one for later. You are so far off base, you're in a goddamn football stadium. Yeah, I mean, you could have slipped it to any of the brothers. Search him. Yes, the defense demands that Inspector Gregson is searched at once. Very well, are you ready to proceed, Inspector? Be my guest, sir. So a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that the inspector had nothing unusual on his person at all. Okay, well, at least it's only one penalty. Search him a second time! Defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now, what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost at last, have you, sunshine? Yeah, Clark shouldn't have put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith, because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. What? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in the court today, I'm fairly sure I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Take that!
Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord. The defense demands he be searched at once. Very well, I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon. Au contraire. Yeah, he's doing it. What? I mean, he could have passed it off to Nash, but I don't think he would. Hey, we do know someone who has a disc.
Take that!
Nope.
Objection!
We know he has a disc, though. I guess it is Nash?
Take that!
Mr. Nash Skulkin. Oh, I never. Blimey. Me? Him? Very well then. Bailiff, restrain the witnesses and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector, Scotland Yard has to object to the search. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Sykes, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. Yeah, I guess.
Objection!
I just didn't want to have to sit through this bit again. But I'm glad it actually lets me fast forward.
Take that!
Take care, Benny.
Hold it! Objection!
But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on a moment. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Ah, here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing! That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not Inspector Gregson? Ah! Order! 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 Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Flamin' Bennett! I swear, I don't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God! Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between the witness and the detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure, but at one particular point in the trial... Oh, when he was fucking choking him out. The trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with a second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit nothing of the sort. Well, Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by a coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he didn't know. I thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned me and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we was down at the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. My head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Oh, bless my wig, he hid it? But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. Yeah, do it on the QT. Hush, hush. A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential governmental communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Oh, does this mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket? So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it, yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed this disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of this is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... What? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspectigator, I don't know. I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when making your decision. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe that it is time that we put the matter to the jury to their final leanings. Well, now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Rated as highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of vital, stop. Detective has very much trusting eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson if they declare their decision now. Is cheating going to be found guilty? You don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decision. No, that is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it. Now it all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? I am thinking, considering that Gregson needs one thing to really, really, really not happen. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get the detective to admit the deal he clearly struck with Graydon.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilden's peculiar music box, counsel? Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, counsel. No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with the case. That's why.
Objection!
Well, then there should be no problem with us playing it. Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that if the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit to the charge that in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court. All because by fair means or foul, you're determined to your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zyke, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I am a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth. by fair means or foul. No! Very well, the defense's stance here that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to the music box. It will now listen as the music box is set into operation once more. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen to that! It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. All right, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up! Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole to the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, when we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstance, so I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that, yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made the night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing, and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetuated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. You traitor! Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man at once! That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decide to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who'd lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need do is go along with me little plan now. It was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable by using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code, so I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man, but poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me. I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the two discs, thereby splitting the information in two. You are taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. Exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal. Exchange of the second disc. Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. Well, that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it on the omnibus 2 months ago your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 guineas to my father for his troubles. My father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understood? Understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like he'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him and that he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. After 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and the witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. If he'd barely touched British soil back then, and he walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I know exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in the courtroom to ensure he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. The tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Gilded's death on that day was caused by this man. So the policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine once the omnibus was doused in paraffin. One of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. Loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There's indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of 2 discs in the music box. You need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then it's promised 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Winnebago's pawnbrokery. Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. He can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for ye. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend a watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for ye. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before. Have ye not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that he'd taken steps to hide the disc. It would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now, that when we first met you at Windibanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her that had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the articles, but unfortunately she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing. We picked up on the fact McGilded was involved. Inspector, you recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining what we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it quiet as we could. And then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place at the same night. The help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes. I slipped it in my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief, but then something entirely unexpected happened. Gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. People often say that they see them in the mirror, but every time I look in a mirror, I see nothing. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. You do not know the half of it. However, it would seem that at last we've arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? I understand if you need to go to bed, Def, but we're almost done. He has been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank, and the stealing of government secrets, and the murder of Mick Gilded. Don't forget that. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you are doing it in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It's time for the final education. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreign? Yes, sir. Garrett up squadron, standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decision to the court. She's still guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Rudo, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure we'd come out on top there for a while. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. Well, what are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. Duress. 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave the false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windibank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seems. Hey. Okay, she did break in. That is a true thing. I've never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box just contains a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. I'm very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, isn't that? It's, about the sounds produced by that music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to have been covered in dots and dashes for me, in fact. Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. It was supposed to say series. That was definitely supposed to say series. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. You have the discs in backwards. Miss Lestrade? Yeah, my lord? That what you have seen here today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. It's just how life goes. Vegeta. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. We're only fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the board again, Miss Lestrade. Never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Hey-ho, Kermit the Frog here saying that if you want to improve your life, you need to clean your room, bucko. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windibanks, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Court fighting, court fireworks! Court fireworks does not have the same ring to it. I'm thinking we, in the future, do away with the fireworks and just go with the court fetty. Haha, she has her own firework. That, as any American who has seen news reports after the 4th of July can confirm, that is more than capable of doing grievous bodily harm. You kind of left her with not just a smoke grenade launcher. That was at that point just a grenade launcher. That's all. Court is adjourned. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within the Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. Did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me. Of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask, and one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer whether you like it or not. We shall call this the DL6 incident. Very well, I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Seriously, I need to keep taking these cases, though, because My budget for wine glasses is through the absolute roof. I seriously, I actually need to stop doing this. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me right up to the end. Kirazad is your name. It's not about it. I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. It's awful. I figured something out today. All me life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of that in a trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. Crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know. Alright. Thanks. This is why I see it, Ryunosuke. The defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you meant. Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But where the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Sholmes. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently, in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling! Mr. Sholmes! Yes, it was me all along! You see? I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending me. I merely made sure my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. Oh, very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you? Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? Not even having us snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... An acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean. Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Or I pay no attention. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands, claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like McGilded or the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give it a rest already. As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. The pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But those toads didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. Beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch! Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going nowhere for a while. Here, judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering. Taking the bog trotter's stuff. What was in the lug? Blah, blah, blah. Yes, I think you'll find basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Otto? Yes? Wait, what was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's very good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Otto. Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well. Quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket its innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have showed it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Early? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer the question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. All right, then maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain's finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that's good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. All right, then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. We head to the station immediately. We still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely? We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria! That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Susato, where are you? Over there, look! Looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Susato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial, I mean. We heard the sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell. We're saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming? It's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How'd you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh, yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? The art of pickpocketing, I mean? Well, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapomat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windibanks' shop with it later that night. I see. And then... After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. The door started to play on my mind. Storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So I used the cat flapomat to make a peephole in the door. I cannot blame you. I have been almost done for like the last hour. As captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have been amount to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door... the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered the trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence, had arranged false testimony to secure freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. I have been streaming for 9 hours. And the terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. I was worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in the case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah, for which you had just given them. She set a trap. Very good. Yep, she murdered herself, basically. Not in a dying way, but in a career way. So the only good judicial assistants are zealots. Understood. I mean, yeah. A cipher is definitely an option. Soki? What? Oh, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? It means something. Asogi was the name of my best friend. How? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. You transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code. Not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own language. How the actual... Hold on a second. I need to actually search something. Do the Japanese have Morse code, and how does it work? Okay, in kana characters. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, yeah. Kana characters makes it. Okay. They do have something that resembles an alphabet. Should have realized that. Because I was thinking, well, okay, so this character is 14 dots, followed by 3 dashes, followed by 7 more dots, followed by 15 dashes. Because the kanji alphabet is kind of big. Nope. I was intending to finish out this case. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha program, isn't it? You just say that in this Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mrs. Sao, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may. Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. Aren't we deciphering state secrets here? Shouldn't we not do this? But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? Second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gurigson. Gregson? How it seemed Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. Is his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name... What's the matter, Mrs. Sato? Gee, couldn't possibly be, R... something, R... Naruhado? Maybe? Possibly? It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. It's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then! Where Susie and Runo come from? Oh, well... no. It's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibanks' murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a large passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie. We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I'd hope to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? You remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Burya when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown. You know very well I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were a perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Susato, my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Just don't go study in the mountains for, like, ever.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Even if one of them is an idiot. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we should never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and that was all your fault. Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Mr. Sato. You love defending yourself in court. Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. The ha ending, followed by bellow out one word. It can only be one thing. Oh yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Then I really must say...
Objection!
Stay cute, everyone. Mwah.